Tonight, we step into the inner temples of ancient Egypt, where a single priest would enter the sanctuary alone, in the dark, to wake a god. I visited Karnak with my mom when I was 12. Even with the heat and the crowd pressing in around us, the deeper we walked into the temple, the quieter it became. By the time we reached the inner chambers, it was just cool stone and our own breathing. That stuck with me. Now, dim the lights, settle in, and let's ease into tonight's journey. No institution in recorded history has survived for 3,000 years. The Egyptian priesthood shouldn't exist. Not for that long, not without an army, not without any formal political authority at all. And yet it did. For 30 centuries, modern political scientists still cannot explain it. No model of organizational survival accounts for a duration this long. The math shouldn't work. Not the Catholic Church, that is only 2,000 years, and it has fractured multiple times along the way. Not the Chinese imperial bureaucracy, that collapsed and reconstituted itself multiple times. Not a single corporation, government, university, military order, or religious organization operating anywhere on Earth today comes close to matching that duration. Hold on to that number, 3,000 years. We'll come back to it. We are going to follow what it did to the people inside it. In January of 2026. Not 2,000 years ago, not 500, but this year. A joint Egyptian-Chinese archaeological team drilled into the ground at the Temple of Karnak and uncovered something that had been sealed beneath the earth for more than 2 millennia. A sacred pool. Rectangular, stone-edged, roughly 21 feet by 20 feet, cold, unheated. Built to be entered before dawn, in darkness, by men who had shaved their entire bodies and would not eat until the sun was high. Adjacent to the pool, the team found 3 chapels dedicated to Osiris, the god of the dead, and dozens of small Osiris statuettes packed into the earth as though someone had hidden them carefully, reverently, with the expectation that they would be found again someday. Or perhaps with the understanding that they would not. That detail matters. Osiris, god of death, buried next to a purification pool. We'll come back to why. The pool had been repaired multiple times across its long use. The repairs span roughly 600 years, from the 30th dynasty, around 380 BCE, through the Roman occupation of Egypt. 600 years of maintenance on a single bathing pool. 600 years of someone waking before sunrise, walking down those stone steps, and going under that water. Because the protocol required it. Because the protocol was older than the person following it. Because the protocol was, in some sense, more important than any individual person who had ever followed it, or ever would. This is the part that should make you pause. 3,000 years is longer than the entire span of recorded Western civilization since the birth of Christ. It is longer than the Roman Republic and Empire combined, twice over. It is longer than the Chinese dynasties from the Han to the Qing, longer than any single institution currently operating on Earth. The priesthood of Amun at Karnak alone, just one god's servants at one temple complex, functioned from roughly 2000 BCE to at least the 2nd century CE. That is 22 centuries of unbroken operation at a single site. The Catholic Church would need another 1,000 years to match it. And they did it without weapons. Pharaohs came and went, some of them violently. Dynasties rose, ruled, fractured, collapsed. Foreign powers invaded. The Hyksos, the Libyans, the Nubians, the Assyrians, the Persians, the Greeks, the Romans. Each new conqueror found the priesthood already there, already functioning, already holding the keys to every temple in the land. And each new conqueror left the priesthood in place, not because they wanted to, because they could not figure out how to run Egypt without it. One pharaoh tried to destroy them, spent 17 years erasing their god's name from every surface in Egypt. From colossal temple walls, from tiny scarabs the size of a thumbnail, from the insides of sealed tombs that no living person was ever meant to enter again, he failed. We will come back to that, and one of their own, a high priest, not a king. did something that had never been done in 3,000 years of Egyptian civilization. He wrote his own name inside the sacred oval cartouche that had been reserved, since the beginning of recorded history, exclusively for pharaohs. A priest became a king. Not through conquest, not through marriage, through the slow, patient accumulation of indispensability. We will come back to that too. This is the story of how an institution without weapons, without armies, without political mandate, maintained unbroken power for 30 centuries. But it is also the story of what that institution did to the people who entered it. Because entering the Egyptian priesthood was not like taking a job. It was a transformation that took between 5 and 15 years to complete, and that changed not just what a person knew, but who they were. The young men who walked through the outer gates of Karnak as initiates did not emerge as the same people. The priesthood did not want the same people. It wanted something else. Something it had spent 3,000 years learning how to build. We are going to follow that process. Not the rituals themselves, not the incense and the chanting and the golden statues, though those will come. We are going to follow what it felt like. Year by year, rank by rank, from the outer courtyard to the innermost chamber. From the first bath in the sacred lake at dawn to the moment, years later, when a man stood alone in the dark before a gilded cabinet, spoke the name of a god to an empty room, and then backed out slowly, sweeping the stone floor behind him with a brush, erasing his own footprints so that the room would look, when the door sealed shut, as though no one had ever been there at all. Why would someone erase his own footprints? That question will follow us all the way through. In 1895, a French archaeologist named Georges Legrain began clearing rubble from a courtyard at Karnak. In a pit roughly 50 feet deep, he uncovered more than 700 stone statues depicting men in the distinctive garments of priests. Clean-shaven heads, linen kilts so fine that the stone carvers had rendered the fabric almost translucent, hands folded or clasped to the chest, or open on their knees. 700 priests, buried together. Deliberately, not discarded, interred with the same precision that characterized everything the priesthood did. Even their garbage was organized. 700 statues. Each one carved from a single block of stone. Each one inscribed with a name, a title, sometimes a genealogy going back 5 or 6 generations. Father to son to grandson, all priests, all at Karnak. The oldest statues in the Cachette date to the Middle Kingdom, around 2000 BCE, the most recent to the Ptolemaic period after 332 BCE. Nearly 2,000 years of priestly service, represented in stone, buried in a single pit. The statues were not identical, styles changed, techniques evolved. But the postures were consistent, the hands folded the same way, the linen rendered with the same delicacy. The faces carrying the same expression of patient, settled composure that the Egyptian sculptors had been reproducing for centuries. Not serenity, not joy, composure. The face of a person who has arrived somewhere and is in no hurry to leave. The question is how? How do you build a person like that? Not with a weekend training program, not with a manual, not even with belief exactly, though belief played its part. You build that person with time, with years, with a process so gradual that the person being changed does not notice the change happening until it is already complete. There is no modern equivalent, the closest analogies. Military basic training, monastic formation, medical residency, share individual features, but not the duration or the depth. A Navy SEAL's training takes roughly 2.5 years. A Benedictine monk's formation takes 5 to 7. A surgeon's residency is 5 to 7. The Egyptian priestly formation took between 10 and 15 years. And it produced not a specialist but a generalist. A person equally competent in ritual performance, textual scholarship, economic administration, astronomical observation, and the specific psychological condition required to stand alone in the dark and address a god by name without flinching. No other institution in the ancient or modern world has attempted that particular combination of skills in a single person over that duration. The closest parallels are not religious at all. They are vocational. Medieval master craftsmen served 7-year apprenticeships. Tokugawa court musicians trained for a decade. But neither the craftsmen nor the musicians were also required to manage agricultural estates, predict floods, arbitrate legal disputes, and rehearse their own death on a daily basis. The Egyptians had a phrase for this process. They called it entering the service of the god. We might call it the longest apprenticeship in the ancient world. And it began, always, at the lake. But here's where it gets interesting. It was not the lake you might expect. The great sacred lake at Karnak still exists. It is roughly 394 feet long and 252 feet wide. About the size of 2 Olympic swimming pools set end to end. The water is dark, green-brown, fed by the water table of the Nile rather than by any visible channel. Stone walls once held stairs descending to the water on all 4 sides. The stairs are still there. Some of them have been underwater for centuries. Others emerge and submerge again with the seasonal shift. Visible in winter, invisible in summer, as they have been for 4,000 years. Every priest at Karnak bathed in this lake. Every morning before the sun rose, not once a day. Herodotus, who visited Egypt around 450 BCE and devoted considerable attention to the priesthood, recorded that the priests bathed 4 times in every 24 hours, twice during the day, twice at night. 4 full immersions, head below the surface each time. The act was meant to replicate the moment of creation, the emergence of the first land from the primordial waters of none. Every bath, every priest, every morning, reenacted the beginning of the world. They came up from the water as the world itself had come up from the water, new, clean, ready to exist. I want you to think about what that feels like. Not the theology, the physical sensation. The bathing happened in the dark. The hours before dawn, what the Egyptians called the last third of the night, were the beginning of the priestly day. A new initiate arriving at Karnak for his first term of service would have been led to the lake in near total darkness. In the Nile Valley, the transition from night to day is fast. A brief gray period, perhaps 20 minutes, and then the sun clears the eastern desert ridge and the world goes from dim to blazing in the time it takes to walk 100 paces. The bathing happened before that transition, in the gray, in the chill, and it was cold. The Nile Valley is not the tropical jungle that the word Egypt sometimes conjures. In winter. And the Egyptian priestly calendar ran from October through January for the first service rotation, pre-dawn temperatures along the river drop to the mid-40s Fahrenheit. The water in the sacred lake, shaded by the temple walls and fed by groundwater, would have been colder still. Your skin tightens, your breath catches. The stone steps are slick underfoot, worn smooth by centuries of bare feet descending in the dark. Herodotus noted the cold with the detached interest of a man watching other people suffer. The smaller pool discovered this January, the one in the Montu Temple precinct, was different, intimate, about 21 feet by 20, a pool, not a lake. Stone-edged, with steps descending on at least one side, the kind of space where a single priest, or perhaps 2 or 3, could descend in the dark and feel the stone walls close around them. The water would have been just above the knees, cold, still. In a space that small, in that darkness, you would have heard your own breathing reflected off the stone. You would have heard the water move when you moved. Nothing else. And next to this pool, the archaeologists found Osiris, 3 chapels, dozens of statuettes. The god of the dead, his presence adjacent to the purification pool. The priests who bathed in this water did so in the literal shadow of death. Every descent into cold water was a descent into the underworld. Every emergence was resurrection. Every morning, after the lake, the natron. Natron is a naturally occurring mineral. A mixture of sodium carbonate, and bicarbonate gathered from the dry lake beds of the Wadi Natrun, about 60 miles northwest of Cairo. The ancient Egyptian word for it, netjerit, means roughly God stuff. They used it to preserve mummies. They used it in glassmaking. And they used it to scrub their skin until it burned. The natron was rubbed on dry or mixed into a paste with water. It was abrasive. It was alkaline, on freshly shaved skin. And the priests shaved everything, head and body, every third day, because the Egyptians associated body hair with filth and the animal nature. The natron stung. The sensation is similar to rubbing baking soda onto a fresh razor burn. Not dangerous. Not damaging, but deeply, persistently uncomfortable. Your scalp tingles, your forearms flush pink. And then they gargled with it. Dissolved in water, swished through the mouth, the inside of the body cleaned like the outside. After the natron, the linen. Always white, always freshly laundered. Never wool, never leather, nothing that came from an animal. No hide, no horn, no sinew. White papyrus sandals outside the temple. Bare feet inside, and specific feet. The left foot first across every threshold, a detail so consistent in the texts that Egyptologists believe it was monitored and enforced. The linen itself was a technology. The weaving was so fine that the fabric became translucent when layered, a quality the Egyptians prized, and that the sculptors of the Karnak Techet statues reproduced in stone with astonishing skill, rendering the fabric nearly see-through across the thighs and chest. The linen was cool against the skin in summer. In winter, it offered almost no insulation. The pre-dawn air passed through it as though it were not there, raising the fine hairs on the forearms, tightening the skin across the shoulders. You felt the air on your body through the fabric. You felt the building's temperature on your skin. The linen did not separate you from the environment. It declared that you did not need to be separated. Then silence. The rule of silence was not total. Priests spoke. They recited hymns, gave instructions, conducted business in the outer courts. But inside the temple proper, speech was restricted. The phrase the texts use is Jur-en-Ra, silence of the mouth, the god's true name. Not the public name, but the hidden name that encoded the god's nature and power, could be spoken only at the moment of first offering, and only by a priest of sufficient rank. For everyone else, the temple was a place of gesture, breath, and the sound of bare feet on polished stone. And this is the first thing to understand about the Egyptian priesthood. The thing that separates it from every modern conception of religious service, the protocol was the point. Not the God, not the theology, not the personal spiritual experience, the protocol, the exact sequence of actions performed in the exact order at the exact time in the exact location. Deviation was not a matter of personal style. Deviation was failure. The ritual either happened correctly or it did not happen at all. A modern person might look at this and see rigidity or obsession. But the Egyptians saw something else. They saw maintenance. The rituals maintained the world. Not metaphorically, literally. The daily offerings fed the gods, and the gods sustained the cosmic order that prevented the universe from collapsing back into chaos. If the offerings stopped, the gods weakened. If the gods weakened, the order failed. If the order failed, everything ended. This was not a philosophical position. It was an engineering specification. The priesthood was the maintenance crew of reality, and the first year of service was designed to make that understanding so deep, so embedded in the body's own rhythms, that it could not be unlearned. Wake in the dark, walk to the lake, go under the water, come up gasping, scrub with natron until the scalp burns and the mouth tastes of mineral and salt, dress in clean linen. Left foot first across the threshold, and then silence, and the smell of old incense, and the specific weight of air inside a stone building that has not been open to the sky for 1,000 years. The first year was physical. That was deliberate. The priesthood understood, whether through intuition or through 30 centuries of accumulated observation, that the body learns before the mind accepts, change the body's habits and the mind follows. Wake a man before dawn for 300 consecutive days and he stops thinking of dawn as early. Shave his head and his skin and scrub him with mineral salt, and by the third month he has stopped noticing the absence of hair, the sting of the natron, the cold of the water. These things have become normal. They have become him. The 17-year-old who walked through the outer gate carrying nothing will not see the inner sanctuary for years. He does not know that yet. He knows only the lake, the natron, the linen, the stone, the silence, and the first gray light of a day that begins before anyone else in the city is awake. There is one more thing about the first year that deserves attention. The priests observe the sky through the night. Not all of them, and not every night, but there were designated watchers, men whose role was to track the transit of specific stars, the movement of Sirius, the decans. The 36 star groups the Egyptians used to divide the night into hours. The priestly day was not bounded by sunrise and sunset, it was bounded by stars. The rhythm of the work followed the rhythm of the cosmos, not the rhythm of the human body, and the human body was expected to adapt. Imagine the first month. You are 17. You have spent 12 years learning to read and write in a classroom, and now you are sleeping on stone, waking in the dark. Walking to a lake that is colder than anything you have entered voluntarily, going under the water, coming up gasping, scrubbing your shaved scalp with salt that stings. Dressing in linen so thin you can feel the pre-dawn air through it, walking barefoot across stone floors to carry water in ceramic jars that leave bruises on your shoulders. And no one explains why. You are simply told to do it. And you do it. And you do it. And somewhere around the 90th day, you stop needing to be told. That is the point. That is the first stage. Not dramatic, not mystical. Just the slow, unremarkable replacement of one set of habits with another, until the new habits feel as natural as breathing. But here is what no one tells the new initiate. The physical training is the easy part, the real transformation. The thing that will take years, the thing that will change not just what he does, but who he is, has not even begun. The word wab means pure one. It is the lowest rank of the Egyptian priesthood and the rank at which the largest number of men served. The system operated on a rotation. 1 month on, 3 months off, 4 shifts per year, so that even a farmer or craftsman could serve one rotation and return to his regular life. The part-time wab priests came, served, went home. The ones who stayed, who gave up their outside occupations entirely, were on a different trajectory, but even becoming a wab priest required something that set the candidate apart from 95% of the population: literacy. The priesthood required approximately 12 years of scribal education. A boy marked for the priesthood began his training at roughly age 5. By the time he entered the temple at 17 or 18, he had spent more than 2/3 of his life in a classroom. He could read hieratic script, write, calculate, and recite passages from wisdom literature. He was, before he ever set foot in the temple, one of the most educated people in the ancient world. In any modern context, he would be a college graduate. In the ancient world, he was rarer than that. A person who possessed a skill that perhaps 1 in 20 humans alive at that time could claim. He could read, he could write, he could calculate. He could access, through the written word, the accumulated knowledge of a civilization that had been recording its observations for over 1,000 years. And his job, for the first 2 or 3 years, was to carry water and bake bread. Can you imagine? 12 years of education, and your reward is hauling ceramic jars from a lake to a storehouse until your shoulders bruise. A full-time wab priest at Karnak in the New Kingdom. Roughly 1550 to 1070 BCE was responsible for the physical maintenance of sacred space. Not the rituals themselves, not yet. The maintenance, cleaning stone floors, washing linen until it became translucent, preparing natron, baking the bread that would become offerings. Hundreds of loaves per day, each one prescribed by the ritual calendar, brewing the beer. A thick, nutritious, slightly sweet liquid that was the staple drink of the entire Nile Valley. Slaughtering the animals, cattle, geese, sometimes oryx, whose portions would be laid on the offering tables. The smells of the outer courtyard would have been specific and constant. The bread. Not the thin flatbread of modern imagination, but a dense, sweet loaf often mixed with dates or honey. Baked in clay molds that had been used so many times they carried a permanent patina of baked-on residue. The heat of the ovens reached your face and forearms from several paces away. Your hands learned the feel of the clay molds. Warm, rough, slightly greasy from the accumulated oils of 1,000 batches. Each loaf came out with a smoky, caramelized undertone that clung to the baker's skin for hours. The beer. Thick and clay-colored, fermented from crumbled bread left in water, with a smell simultaneously sweet and sour and yeasty. A smell that clung to the stone floors of the brewery and could be detected from the outer corridor. The animal slaughter, cattle primarily, but also geese and occasionally oryx, a large desert antelope, which produced a smell that was unmistakable. The iron of blood, the wet heat of opened flesh, the faintly sweet odor of fresh fat. And the blood that stained the white linen of the Wab priests who did the cutting, requiring another change of garments, another visit to the laundry. Another step in the cycle of cleanliness and contamination that defined every hour of the priestly day. This was the world the Wab priest inhabited, not incense and gold, blood and bread and beer and the scrape of stone on stone as the floors were cleaned. The sacred was being built on a foundation of the intensely physical. But, and this is the part that no one covers, the work itself was the lesson. This is the part that gets overlooked. The years of physical labor were not hazing, not a test of endurance, not a waiting period before something more interesting. The labor was the curriculum. By spending years carrying water and baking bread and cleaning stone, a Wab priest learned something that no classroom could teach. The temple is a machine. It has inputs and outputs. It requires fuel. It breaks down if you stop feeding it. And the fuel is not faith. The fuel is labor. Consistent, daily, unremarkable labor. A modern engineer would recognize the structure immediately. The temple was a system. The priests were operators, the rituals were protocols, the offerings were inputs. The cosmic order was the output, and the Wab priests, the pure ones, the lowest-ranking staff, were the ones who kept the inputs flowing. Does that sound unglamorous? It was. A Wab priest's daily routine looked from the outside like the work of a very clean janitor attached to a very large institutional kitchen. The Temple of Amun at Karnak received. According to the Harris Papyrus, the longest papyrus surviving from ancient Egypt at over 130 feet, daily provisions that would have required a small army to prepare. Hundreds of loaves of bread, dozens of jars of beer, quantities of wine, fruit, vegetables, incense, oil, and meat that modern logistics companies would recognize as a supply chain problem. The dietary restrictions added another layer. Ahriman of Alexandria, himself a high-ranking priest, a Stoic philosopher, and later tutor to the young Emperor Nero, wrote that priests devoted their whole life to contemplation and vision of things divine. But the devotion was not merely intellectual, it was gastrointestinal. No meat during service. No wine, particularly at Heliopolis. No fish at the great Upper Egyptian centers, because fish was associated with the dismembered body of Osiris. No onions or garlic, because pungent odors defiled divine presence. No legumes because, and Plutarch records this with deadpan detachment, they give rise to an abundance of excrement. The body was being cleaned from the inside out. No animal products, no strong flavors, no rich foods. The priests ate bread, beer, vegetables, fruit. Their bodies became lighter, quieter, less insistent. The physical appetites that had driven them as teenagers, hunger, craving, the desire for strong flavors and heavy meals receded. Not through ascetic denial, through the slow replacement of one set of habits with another, until the new habits felt as natural as breathing. Chaeremon also recorded that priests regarded leaving Egypt as one of the most impious acts. The sacred geography itself was a purification technology. The Nile, the desert, the temples, the specific landscape of Upper Egypt were not merely settings for religious practice, but components of it. To leave was to step outside the mechanism. To leave was to stop being clean, and the Wab priest learned to see, not metaphorically. Every surface in the outer courts was covered in relief carving and paint. Scenes of the pharaoh making offerings, hieroglyphic texts recording hymns and ritual sequences. The paint was vivid, deep blue lapis, red ochre, green malachite, yellow orpiment. A Wab priest who spent 3 years walking through these corridors absorbed an education in theology and cosmology simply by looking at the walls. The reliefs were not decoration. They were instruction, showing the proper posture, hand position, and words for each ritual. A Wab priest studied the walls, the way a medical student studies an anatomy textbook. And the scale of the art reinforced the scale of the enterprise. The columns of the hypostyle hall rose 75 feet above the floor, taller than a 7-story building. Each column was wider at the base than a man's arm span could reach. There were 134 of them, arranged in 16 rows. Walking through the hall was walking through a stone forest so dense and so tall that the ceiling, painted with stars, now mostly faded, was barely visible above. The light came through clerestory windows angled to catch the morning sun, so that the columns cast long shadows across the floor that rotated through the day like the hands of a sundial. The building itself was a clock, and the priest, moving through it, was part of the mechanism. By year 3, the man who had started as a janitor had become something else, thinner, quieter. His movements slower and more deliberate, shaped by years of carrying heavy things through spaces where haste was noticed and corrected. His family, when he returned to them during the off-rotation months, might have found him subtly different, more patient, less interested in the gossip of the marketplace. More inclined to silence, and there was one more dimension to the Wab priest's transformation that no text records explicitly, because it was too obvious to the Egyptians to require recording. The priests slept inside the temple precinct, not in the inner chambers, those were for the god, but in dormitories within the outer walls, stone platforms with thin linen padding. In winter, the stone held the cold, the way stone does, deeply, releasing it slowly, so that the chill seeped upward through the linen and into the body throughout the night. The weight of cold stone beneath you and thin linen above. The specific discomfort of a body learning to sleep in a place that was not designed for sleeping, but for something else entirely. And designated watchers tracked the stars through the night, the movement of Sirius, the transit of the decans, the 36 star groups the Egyptians used to divide the night into hours. The priestly day was not bounded by sunrise and sunset, it was bounded by stars. The rhythm of the work followed the rhythm of the cosmos, not the rhythm of the human body, and the human body was expected to adapt. This is what the temple did to its lowest-ranking servants, not through revelation, through repetition, through the slow sanding down of the unnecessary until only the essential remained. But the Wab priest did not yet know what was coming. Everything he had experienced so far, the cold water, the natron, the labor, the silence, was not the training itself. It was the entrance exam. The real education had not started, and what he would learn next in the lector's library would change his understanding of what the temple actually was. The lector priest, the next rank up, was the one who read the texts, literally. The title Kari-Hebet means he who carries the ritual book. The lector priest held the papyrus scroll and read the words aloud while the other priests performed the physical actions. He was the living checklist. His job was to ensure that the protocol was followed exactly, that the right words were spoken at the right time, that no step was skipped, that no substitution was made. This was a literate man in a society where literacy was power so complete that it is difficult to overstate. In a world without printing, without widespread education, without public libraries, the people who can read are the people who control information. And the lector priests did not merely read the rituals. They decided which rituals existed. They maintained the archives. The temple libraries known as the Houses of Life, per Ankh, where the master copies of all sacred texts were stored. They trained the next generation. They determined what was preserved and what was allowed to decay. The House of Life at Karnak has never been found. Its location is mentioned in texts, referenced in administrative documents, depicted schematically in temple reliefs. But the physical building has not been positively identified. This is frustrating. It is also, and I genuinely mean this, somehow appropriate. The most important institution within the most important institution in Egypt has disappeared entirely, leaving only the texts it produced. The library holdings were extensive. Ritual texts. The daily offering liturgies, the festival calendars, the opening of the mouth ceremonies, medical texts, the Ebers papyrus, the Edwin Smith papyrus, astronomical tables, mathematical texts. Dream interpretation manuals, and theological treatises that explained the nature of the gods, the structure of the cosmos, and the duties of the priesthood. A lector priest, after years of study, had access to this library. And with that access came an understanding that the Wab priests in the courtyard did not fully grasp. The temple was not just a building with protocols. The temple was a model of the universe. Its floor was the earth, its ceiling was the sky, painted with stars. Its innermost chamber was the place where the Creator God rested at the moment of first creation. The 134 columns in the hypostyle hall were carved to resemble papyrus plants growing from a marsh, the primordial swamp from which the first land emerged. Walking through the hall was walking through creation, and walking deeper, past the second pylon, the third, the fourth, was walking backward in time. The floor level rose, the ceiling descended. The rooms got smaller, the light got dimmer. Each successive chamber had fewer windows, narrower doorways, thicker walls. The proportions closed in. By the time you reached the innermost sanctuary, the Naos chamber where the god statue stood in its gilded wooden cabinet, you were in a room perhaps 10 feet by 13, with a ceiling barely 6.5 feet high and no windows at all. Darkness, silence, stone, and one door behind you that opened onto everything else in the world. The Naos was the point before creation, the womb, the moment of potential before the moment of being. No one told you this on your first day. You learned it the way you learned everything in the priesthood, slowly through years of memorization that gradually accumulated into understanding. Through the physical experience of walking through the temple thousands of times until your body understood the architecture, the way a musician's fingers understand a scale. The transition from Wab to lector typically took 3 to 5 additional years of training beyond the initial years of physical service. The candidate studied under an established lector. Memorizing texts, copying scrolls, learning the archaic forms of hieroglyphic script that appeared in the oldest rituals. The oldest rituals at Karnak dated back to the Middle Kingdom, more than 1,000 years before the New Kingdom priests who performed them. The language had evolved, the script had changed. Reading a Middle Kingdom ritual text in the New Kingdom was like a modern English speaker reading Chaucer. Recognizably the same language, but the grammar, vocabulary, and spelling had shifted enough to require specific training. The lector was, in this sense, a philologist as well as a ritualist. He could read texts in multiple registers of the same language. He could identify copying errors. Places where a scribe, generations ago, had misread a sign and propagated the error through subsequent copies. He could correct them by consulting older versions held in the temple library. The preservation of textual accuracy was one of his primary responsibilities, and the Egyptians took it seriously. A ritual performed with wrong words was not merely ineffective, it was dangerous. It introduced disorder into a system designed to maintain order. a crack in the mechanism. The library was not merely an archive, it was a control system. And the lector priests were its operators. The transition from wab to lector was not automatic. It required years of demonstrated competence and, critically, the sponsorship of existing lector priests. The priesthood was self-selecting. The people already in the inner circles chose who could join them. They chose people who had demonstrated, through years of physical service, that they could follow a protocol without deviation, without complaint, without needing external motivation. They chose people who had already been changed, and there is one more detail about the lector priests that the literature consistently emphasizes, a detail so small it would be easy to overlook. In the ancient Egyptian literary tradition, the lector priest is a recurring figure, and he is consistently portrayed not as a mystic or a sage, but as a man of dangerous knowledge. The stories describe lector priests performing Heka, a word usually translated as magic, but meaning something closer to authorized speech that changes reality. A lector priest could command the waters of a lake to part, could make a wax crocodile come alive, could read the Book of Thoth and gain power over the heavens, the earth, and the underworld. These are stories, but the fact that the culture consistently located supernatural power in the lector priests. Not in the high priests, not in the pharaoh, but in the men who held the books, tells you where the Egyptians believed real authority lived. It lived in the library, in the scrolls, in the ability to read a line of text and say, with the full weight of 3,000 years of institutional authority, this is what the god requires. And there is one more detail about the lector priests that deserves attention. They carried their scrolls with a specific grip. Right hand holding the top of the papyrus roll, extended forward at chest height, left hand supporting the bottom. The posture appears in dozens of temple reliefs and on many of the Karnak cachet statues. It is a posture of authority. It says, I am reading. What I am reading is authoritative. What I am reading determines what happens next. But the lector priest was still, in the end, a servant of texts written by others, the men above him in the hierarchy. The ones who managed the economic empire that funded everything. Those men had power of a different kind entirely, and here's where it gets uncomfortable. Their power rested not on knowledge of the sacred, but on something far more practical. There is a modern tendency to separate religion from money. The Egyptians did not share this tendency. The temples were banks. They were grain stores. They were landlords. They were the largest economic enterprises in the ancient world. By the reign of Ramesses III, around 1150 BCE, the temples owned approximately 30% of all cultivable land in Egypt. That figure comes from the Harris Papyrus, the longest papyrus surviving from ancient Egypt, at over 130 feet, and has been independently corroborated by land survey records. But the national figures are not the striking part. The local figures are. The Temple of Amun at Karnak alone controlled 433 orchards. It held 421,000 head of livestock. It operated 65 villages, 83 ships, and 46 workshops. Its labor force exceeded 81,000 people. Think about that number for a moment. 81,000 workers. A modern factory with that headcount would be one of the largest single-site employers in the United States. Apple's campus in Cupertino holds about 12,000 people. Boeing's Everett factory, the largest building in the world by volume, employs roughly 30,000. Karnak employed nearly 3 times that. One temple, one city, in a civilization with dozens of major temples. The labor force included farmers, herdsmen, fishermen, weavers, brewers, bakers, butchers, gardeners, construction workers, boat crews, and administrative staff. It was a self-contained economy. The temple did not merely participate in the Egyptian economy, it was the Egyptian economy. Or at least a third of it, functioning as an independent entity with its own agricultural output, its own fleet of ships for transporting goods along the Nile, and its own granaries for storing the surplus that kept the entire system running during years when the flood was low and the harvest was poor. And here is the part that still surprises me. The temples were tax-exempt. In perpetuity, a grant from the Old Kingdom, more than 1,000 years before Ramesses III, had established that temple lands could not be taxed by the state. This grant had compounded across centuries. Every new pharaoh who donated land added to an endowment that could never be reduced, never be taxed, never be reclaimed. The temples could only grow. By the Third Intermediate Period, roughly 1070 to 664 BCE, the Amun priesthood controlled approximately 2/3 of all temple lands in Egypt and 90% of its ships. The pharaoh, supposedly a living god, owned less of Egypt than his priests did. How is this possible? How does a group of men who officially own nothing end up controlling more wealth than the king? The answer is the Nile. The annual flood that determined whether Egypt ate or starved was a variable that no human being could control. The people who managed the surplus. The ones who could predict the flood by tracking the stars, who maintained the Nilometers that measured the river's height, who stored grain in years of plenty against years of famine. Those people decided who ate and who did not. Imagine you are a farmer in Upper Egypt. Your entire livelihood, your children's food, your next year's seed grain, whether your village survives, depends on the river rising at the right time to the right height. Too low and your fields go dry and your family starves. Too high and the flood destroys your village and drowns your livestock. The people who can tell you when the water is coming, how high it will rise, and what to plant based on the expected inundation. Those people are not merely useful, they are essential. They are the difference between life and death, and those people are the priests. The corvée exemption was significant too. It meant a priest did not have to spend weeks every year hauling stones for the pharaoh's construction projects. His body belonged to the temple, not the state. And this established something deeper. The priesthood existed outside the pharaoh's direct authority. The relationship between pharaoh and priesthood was, for most of Egyptian history, a negotiation. The pharaoh needed the temples because they legitimized his rule. The reliefs depicted him making the offerings, but inside the actual temples, on actual mornings, it was the priests who spoke the words and burned the incense. The pharaoh's power was conceptual. The priesthood's power was operational, and operational power over time tends to win. Not dramatically, just through the slow accumulation of land, wealth, personnel, and indispensability, the literacy monopoly, the agricultural calendar, the grain reserves, the tax exemption, the permanent endowments, the self-selecting hierarchy. Each element individually was a source of influence. Together they formed something no pharaoh, no conqueror could dismantle. Not because each element was unbreakable, but because breaking one still left a dozen others intact. The priesthood was not a chain that could be severed at a single link. It was a fabric that could be cut but not unraveled. One pharaoh tried. He spent 17 years trying to destroy them. And what happened next is one of the most extraordinary sequences in the history of power. His name was Akhenaten, and he ruled Egypt from approximately 1353 to 1336 BCE. Before him, his name was Amenhotep IV. Amenhotep, meaning Amun is satisfied. He changed it. He changed it because he was about to do something that no Egyptian king had done before, or would ever do again. He was going to try to destroy the priesthood of Amun. The religion he imposed was the worship of the Aten, the physical sun disk, not as a symbol but as the sole god. Akhenaten did not add the Aten to the existing pantheon. He replaced the pantheon. He closed temples, he redirected revenues, and then, this is the detail that reveals the scale of his obsession, he sent agents to chisel the name of Amun off of monuments across the country. Not just the public ones. The agents went inside sealed tombs. They climbed scaffolding to reach inscriptions near ceilings. They scraped the name off tiny scarabs. Personal seal stamps the size of a thumbnail. The scope was total. He was not suppressing a religion. He was trying to make the concept of Amun impossible, to remove the name from the language itself. He abandoned Thebes and built a new capital from scratch on empty desert 300 kilometers to the north. He called it Akhenaten. We call it Amarna. For roughly 17 years, the priesthood of Amun was officially out of business. Temples closed, revenues redirected, political influence severed. Many priests were forcibly relocated to Amarna, some under what surviving texts describe as supervision. A word that carries, across the millennia, the unmistakable weight of coercion. But here is the detail that the standard accounts often miss. The detail that reveals just how shallow the revolution actually was. Private worship of the old gods continued even at Amarna itself. Archaeologists have found household shrines to Amun and other traditional deities in the houses of the very city Akhenaten built to replace them. Inside the capital of the revolution, behind closed doors, in the privacy of domestic space, the old religion persisted. The surface had changed, the substrate had not. And then Akhenaten died. His successors reversed everything. The boy king Tutankhaten, note the name, living image of the Aten, promptly changed his name to Tutankhamun. Living image of Amun. The temples reopened. The revenues returned. The name of Amun was restored on every monument. Tutankhamun issued a restoration decree that reads, in part, the temples of the gods and goddesses had fallen into neglect. Their shrines had fallen into desolation and become ruins overgrown with weeds. Within a generation, it was as if the revolution had never happened. How? The standard answer is that the revolution had no popular support. There is truth in this. But it is only half. The other half is that the priesthood possessed something the revolution could not touch: institutional knowledge, the ability to run a temple. The protocols, the texts, the trained personnel who knew how to manage grain stores and conduct rituals and keep records. Akhenaten could close the temples. He could redirect the money. He could chisel the name off the walls. What he could not do was make the priests forget how to be priests. They waited 17 years. Some served in the Aten temples. The skills were transferable. Some retired to their estates and lived quietly on land grants that Akhenaten had not confiscated. Because confiscating the land of the entire priestly class would have caused an economic crisis too large even for a revolutionary pharaoh to manage. The priesthood survived Akhenaten the way an oak tree survives a drought, by going dormant, by holding its resources close and waiting for the rain. They did not rebel, they did not assassinate. They did not stage a coup, they simply waited. And when the waiting was over, they rebuilt everything exactly as it had been, because they had kept the blueprints. That is not faith, that is engineering. And there is a lesson in this that extends far beyond ancient Egypt, a lesson about the nature of institutional power. Akhenaten attacked the surface: temples, revenues, public symbols, the name itself. He attacked everything visible. What he did not attack, what he could not attack, because he could not see it, was the substrate, the knowledge, the habits, the muscle memory of 3,000 mornings. You can close a building. You can redirect a revenue stream. You can chisel a name off a wall. But you cannot confiscate a skill. You cannot erase a memory. You cannot legislate against the knowledge of how to read an archaic script, or calculate a grain yield or predict a flood from the position of a star. The priesthood maintained its power by being redundant. By having trained so many priests at so many temples across so many generations that the knowledge was distributed too widely to be collected and destroyed. Redundancy is not a word that carries much romance, but it is the word that describes how a 3,000-year institution survives a 17-year attempt at annihilation. Not through heroism, through copies. And the story does not end there. Actually, it gets stranger. 2 centuries after Akhenaten's death, around 1080 BCE, a man named Herihor, the high priest of Amun at Karnak, wrote his name inside a royal cartouche, the sacred oval frame reserved for pharaohs since the first dynasty. No commoner, no priest, no general had ever used it. And Herihor simply took it. He did not need to fight. The institution he led already owned more of Egypt than the pharaoh did. The cartouche was not a revolution, it was a formality. The acknowledgement of a reality that had been building quietly for centuries. The institution that Akhenaten had tried to destroy had replaced the pharaoh entirely. Remember that. An institution without a single weapon quietly consuming the most powerful throne in the ancient world. But that's not the strangest part. What comes next in the inner chambers of the temple each morning will show you exactly how the priesthood built the kind of person capable of that patience. The central ritual of the Egyptian temple day was performed at dawn, every day, for as long as the temple stood. It was called the daily ritual of the divine cult, and its most critical moment was the opening of the Naos, the unsealing of the shrine cabinet containing the god's statue. The rubric, the ritual instruction manual, survives in multiple copies from multiple temples spanning more than 1,000 years, nearly identical form across centuries and hundreds of miles. This was a standardized procedure, transmitted verbatim, checked against master copies held in the houses of life, and performed identically everywhere. The consistency is itself remarkable. We have copies of the ritual from temples 300 miles apart and 5 centuries distant, and the texts match almost word for word. The errors that creep in are copying errors, not editorial changes. No priest at any temple in any century decided that the ritual could be improved or updated or modernized. It was received. It was preserved. It was performed. The ritual began in darkness. Before dawn, a senior priest approached the Naos chamber alone. The chamber had been sealed the previous evening. Doors bolted and sealed with a clay impression stamped with the royal cartouche. The seal was not symbolic, it was a security device. Broken seal in the morning meant someone had been inside during the night, and the entire temple would need to be ritually purified. The priest examined the seal. Intact, he broke it. The clay crumbled under his fingers, a physical act, deliberate, irreversible. Whatever seal remained of the previous day was destroyed. A new day began. He lit a lamp. An oil lamp, the kind that fills a small room with the smell of warm fat, and a light that moves, that flickers, that throws shadows that shift when you shift. He entered the Naos. He prostrated himself, face down on the stone floor 4 times. He rose. He spoke a hymn of awakening. The words survive. Awaken in peace, great God, awaken in peace. You are awakened in peace. Your awakening is peaceful. Then he opened the cabinet doors. Inside was a statue. Not the colossal figures that tourists photograph. The cult statue was small, perhaps 20 inches tall. Made of wood, often cedar from Lebanon, and covered in gold leaf, it had inlaid eyes of precious stone that caught the lamplight and held it. It was dressed in miniature linen garments. It wore miniature jewels. It was, in every functional sense within the Egyptian theological framework, the body in which the god chose to dwell. The priest removed the statue from the cabinet. He undressed it carefully, the way you undress something fragile. He cleaned it with natron water and incense smoke. He anointed it with sacred oils. 7 different oils, each applied to a specific part of the body in a specific order. He dressed it in new linen. He painted its face with green malachite around the eyes and black galena on the lids. He placed food before it, bread, beer, roasted meat, vegetables, fruit, wine. He burned incense. Myrrh, primarily, the resin from commiphora trees imported from the Horn of Africa at significant expense. Its sweet, heavy smoke filled the small chamber and clung to his linen and his skin and his shaved scalp for hours afterward. The warmth of the incense smoke rose from the burner and reached his face first, then settled into the fabric of his garments, saturating the weave, becoming part of the linen itself. He spoke the offering formula. He waited, he closed the cabinet, sealed it with fresh clay, applied the impression. And then he backed out of the room, slowly, facing the shrine. And as he backed out, he swept the floor behind him with a brush, erasing his own footprints from the stone. He was required to leave the room as though he had never been there at all. The entire process took about an hour. It happened every morning. In some temples, a simplified version was performed at midday and sunset, 3 times per day. It had happened every morning for 1,000 years before this particular priest performed it, and it would happen every morning for 1,000 years after. The food was not eaten by the god. The Egyptians understood this. The ka, the spiritual essence of the food, was consumed by the ka of the god, while the physical food remained. After a suitable interval, the offerings were redistributed, first to other gods' tables, then to funerary offerings, then to the priests. The god ate the essence. The priests ate the bread. Everyone was sustained, but the priest who performed this ritual every morning. Alone in a dark room with a golden statue and the smell of myrrh and the absolute silence of a windowless stone chamber. That priest was not thinking about logistics. He was alone with a god, had addressed it by name, had touched it, cleaned it, dressed it, fed it. Had backed out, sweeping his own footprints away, as though the intimacy of the encounter was so profound that even the evidence of his presence needed to be erased. That does something to a person. Not once, not twice, but every morning for years. The myrrh, specifically, when burned, it produces a smoke that is sweet, slightly bitter, warm, and pervasive. It clings to fabric. It saturates stone. A room where myrrh has been burned regularly for centuries acquires a permanent undertone. A deep, resinous warmth beneath the mineral smell of stone and the flat emptiness of still air. The priest carried this smell with him. It was in his linen, in the pores of his shaved scalp. The other priests could smell it. They knew what it meant. And the Wab priests in the outer courts could smell it too. It was the smell of proximity to the divine. The smell of a place they had not yet been permitted to enter. Scent is the sense most directly connected to memory. After years of performing the ritual, the priest's brain associated the smell of myrrh with the specific emotional state that accompanied it. Alertness, gravity, the quality of attention that comes from being alone with something sacred. A single inhalation could trigger the entire constellation of sensations. The incense was not just an offering. It was a neurological tool for producing the precise psychological condition in which the ritual was most effective. And the darkness, the Naos had no windows. The only light was what the priest brought. An oil lamp or a torch, depending on the period and the temple. In that small space, the light moved. It flickered. The shadows on the walls shifted, and the gold leaf covering the statue caught the light and reflected it in ways that made the surface appear to ripple, to breathe, to move. The inlaid stone eyes caught the light and held it. Not reflecting it back, but seeming to absorb it, to contain it, so that the eyes themselves appeared to glow faintly even when the lamp was at the far end of the chamber. In that specific combination of darkness and moving light and myrrh smoke and absolute silence, the statue did not look dead. It looked patient. It looked as though it were waiting for something it already knew was coming. The priest had been trained, over years, not to interpret this as supernatural. Not to be afraid, not to project meaning onto the visual phenomenon. He had been trained to remain present, to perform the protocol. To dress the statue, and feed it and speak to it and then leave, sweeping his footprints away, as though the encounter had never happened. But it had happened, and the memory of it, the weight of it, accumulated, day after day, year after year. Not as belief, but as experience, as the specific kind of knowledge that comes from having done something so many times that it has become part of the body's architecture. Ask a nurse who has worked the same ward for 20 years what it feels like to care for someone every day. Ask a parent what it means to dress a child every morning. The answer is not theology. It is something more practical and more profound. I know this body. I know it better than my own. That is what happened to the priests. Over years. Over decades. Not belief. Intimacy. The intimacy of a person who has handled something so carefully, so consistently, for so long that the object and the handler have become inseparable in the handler's mind. The gold leaf under his fingertips, the weight of the statue in his hands, the specific resistance of the cabinet doors. Cedar wood, swollen slightly with the humidity of the offerings, requiring a deliberate push to open and a deliberate pull to close. These are not religious experiences, they are tactile memories. The body knows this object the way a carpenter's hands know his favorite tool, and the knowing over time became devotion. Not the other way around. And the sweeping, the erased footprints. Of all the details in the daily ritual, this is the one I keep returning to. The priest spent an hour in the most sacred room in the civilization. He performed the most important act in the religious calendar. And then he erased all evidence that he had ever been there. The room belonged to the god, not to the priest. The priest was a visitor. A necessary one, someone had to feed the statue, but a visitor nonetheless. A good visitor does not leave traces. Imagine doing this every day, spending an hour in the most intimate encounter of your professional life, and then carefully, methodically erasing the proof that it happened. Imagine the discipline required to maintain that practice for years, to never leave a footprint, to never allow the room to show that a human being had been in it. What does that do to a person's sense of self? After 10 years of entering the most sacred space in the civilization and leaving no trace, you develop a specific relationship to your own significance. You are necessary. You are also dispensable. The ritual requires you. The god does not remember you. You are a function, not a person, and the function erases itself each morning, so that the room can be pure for the next morning, and the next, and the next. This is the intermediate stage of the transformation, beyond the physical training of the Wab years, beyond the intellectual training of the Lector years. This is the identity training, the slow daily erosion of the sense that you matter as an individual, replaced by the understanding that you matter as a role. The priest is not a person. The priest is a position, and the position will be filled by someone else when you are gone, and the ritual will continue, and the room will still be swept, and no trace of you will remain. This is, and I say this with genuine uncertainty about whether the word is adequate, freedom, or at least the Egyptian version of it, freedom from the need to be remembered. Freedom from the need to leave a mark. Freedom from the specific human anxiety of impermanence. You will die. Your name will be forgotten. Your footprints will be swept away. And this is not tragedy. This is design. But freedom from the need to be remembered is one thing when you are performing rituals in a temple. It is something quite different when you are sitting in an office, reviewing grain inventories. And this is the part that no one expects. What happened next to the priest who had learned to erase himself? The mid-ranking priests of a major temple like Karnak were, above all else, bureaucrats. The Egyptian temple was a corporation. A persistent legal entity that owned property, employed workers, and planned for the long term. The difference was that an Egyptian temple planned for eternity. Not the next quarter. Literally, eternity. This created a specific administrative challenge. How do you manage an institution whose obligations can only increase and never decrease? You become extremely good at record keeping. The Wilbur Papyrus, discovered in 1934, now in the Brooklyn Museum, provides a snapshot of this administrative world. It dates to approximately 1143 BCE and records a land survey of a stretch of Middle Egypt about 50 miles long. Plot after plot, field after field, the Temple of Amun's name recurs like a pattern in fabric. The largest single landholder, the most persistent presence. This land was worked by tenant farmers who paid rent in grain. The grain went into the temple granaries. From the granaries, it was distributed in 3 directions: to the offerings, to the state, and to the priests themselves. A senior priest at Karnak was not a poorly paid servant of the divine. He was a man with a reliable income, a grain allotment, access to meat and beer and linen, a plot of land he could pass to his sons, and an exemption from corvée labor. The mandatory public works drafts that every other Egyptian male owed to the state. The priests who managed these holdings were not mystics. They were landlords. They negotiated leases. They arbitrated disputes between tenants. They calculated yields based on the height of the annual Nile flood. High water meant good harvests, low water meant famine, and the temples needed to plan for both. They maintained strategic grain reserves that functioned as the ancient world's equivalent of an insurance system. When the Nile flood failed and the farmers starved, the temple granaries opened. And the grain that flowed out purchased something more valuable than any divine offering. It purchased loyalty, dependence, the understanding, shared by every farmer in the valley, that when everything else failed, the temple would still be there. This is how an institution without an army maintains power for 30 centuries. Not through force, through feed. Through being the thing that stands between the population and starvation during the bad years, the thing that employs the surplus labor during the good years, the thing that is always open. Always functioning, always there. And here's the thing I keep returning to. A priest who sat reviewing grain reports had been transformed twice already. He was no longer the awestruck initiate. No longer merely the disciplined ritualist who bathed in the sacred lake at dawn. He was a professional, an administrator of the sacred. A man who could discuss, with equal fluency, the theological significance of the opening of the Naos and the current market price of emmer wheat. This combination, spiritual authority and economic competence, was the core of priestly power. Not one or the other, both. The capacity to stand in the dark before a golden statue and speak the name of a god, and then walk out into the morning light and negotiate a grain lease with a provincial farmer. The priesthood did not produce believers, it produced managers of belief, and the difference is everything. And honestly, I find that more impressive than the rituals. The manager of belief does not need to be inspired every morning. He does not need to feel the presence of the divine. He needs to know that the ritual needs performing, that the offering needs calculating, that the grain stores need inspecting, that the linen needs washing, that the festival calendar needs updating. And that all of these things need to happen in the right order regardless of how he feels about any of them. This is the point in the priestly career that the texts almost never describe because it is, frankly, boring. The mid-career priest. 15 to 20 years in, solidly established in the administrative hierarchy, past the physical rigor of the WAB years and the intellectual excitement of the lector training, is a man doing a job. A complicated, well-compensated, socially prestigious job, but a job. He attends meetings, he reviews inventories, he settles disputes between junior priests about scheduling and precedence. He writes reports that will be filed in the temple archives and read by no one for 3,000 years. Until a French or German or British archaeologist pulls them from the sand and struggles to read the handwriting. The sacred and the bureaucratic, the transcendent and the tedious. The man who opened the Naos at dawn and the man who reviewed the barley surplus at noon, the same person. I have spent weeks in this corner of the subject, and what I keep coming back to is not the rituals or the economics. It is this quality of integration. The ability to hold both the sacred and the mundane. The capacity to stand in a dark room and speak to a god, and then walk out and argue about grain prices, and to treat both activities with the same seriousness, the same care. We do not have a good word for this quality in English. The Egyptians had a concept embedded in the word mat, usually translated as truth, or justice, or cosmic order, but meaning something broader. Mat was the principle that the universe was coherent. That the sacred and the practical were not separate categories but aspects of a single reality that held together if, and only if, someone took the trouble to maintain it. The mid-career priest was the person who took that trouble. Not dramatically, mundanely, making sure the bread was baked, the linen washed, the grain stored, the scrolls copied, the new priests trained, the records filed. The administrative quarters at Karnak occupied a series of rooms off the southern courtyard, low-ceilinged, thick-walled, cooler than the outer courts even at midday. The light came through narrow slits near the ceiling, catching the dust that rose from the papyrus scrolls each time one was unrolled. The writing desks were stone slabs, slightly angled, worn smooth at the edges where generations of forearms had rested while calculating. The ink was carbon black, mixed fresh each morning from soot, and gum arabic, its faint burnt smell as much a part of the room as the stone. A priest reviewing grain inventories worked in a posture the scribal schools had trained into him at age 5. Back straight, papyrus on the slanted stone, reed pen held between the first two fingers with the thumb bracing from below. The reed had been cut to a fine chisel point and would need sharpening every few hundred signs. The scraping sound of the pen on papyrus, a dry, light, rhythmic scratching, filled the administrative chambers the way the sound of the sistrum filled the ritual ones. Both were sounds of maintenance, both were sounds of the mechanism running. And the numbers, columns of grain tallies, livestock counts, linen inventories, oil reserves, festival budgets, the figures ran in vertical columns, written in hieratic. The cursive shorthand of hieroglyphic script, with red ink marking the totals and the corrections. A mid-career priest could scan a column of grain figures and spot an error the way a musician spots a wrong note. Not through analysis, but through pattern. The number looked wrong before the arithmetic confirmed it. Maintenance. Unglamorous, unrecorded, essential maintenance. The kind of work that is invisible when it is done well, and catastrophic when it is not done at all, and the priest who did this work, year after year, until the distinction between sacred and administrative had dissolved, did not yet know that everything so far had been preparation. The final stage, the innermost knowledge, was something the most senior priests were permitted to approach, and what they found there was not what anyone expected. There came a point, after years, after decades, when a priest entered the innermost circle of knowledge. And the question that every account of Egyptian initiation eventually reaches is, what did they learn? The honest answer is that we do not know completely. The priesthood's commitment to secrecy was genuine, and it largely worked. But we have clues. We have Greek observers. We have late-period texts. And we have the logic of the system itself. Plutarch recorded this about the temple of Neith at Sais. I am all that has been, and is, and shall be, and no mortal has ever uncovered my veil. Apuleius, writing around 160 CE, left the most detailed account of initiation into the Isis mystery cult. In the Golden Ass, he wrote, I approached the boundary of death. I trod the threshold of Proserpina. I was born through all the elements and returned. At midnight I saw the sun shining with a brilliant light. He then added, I have told you things which, though you have heard them, you are bound not to understand. He was initiated 3 times. He described none of them beyond this. What did he mean? The dominant interpretation is that the highest knowledge was not a secret fact. Not a hidden name, not a formula. It was a realization. And the realization was this: death is not the end. Death is part of the mechanism, and to truly understand this, not intellectually as an abstract proposition, but as something that restructures how you perceive time and mortality, is to be transformed. The secret was death. Not fear of death, not avoidance, familiarity. The Egyptians spent more cultural energy on death than any other civilization in human history. Their tombs are more elaborate than their palaces. Their funerary literature is more extensive than their living literature. Their most iconic monuments, the pyramids, the Valley of the Kings, the Book of the Dead, are all death architecture. This was not morbidity. This was not anxiety. This was preparation. The Book of the Dead contains a passage known as the Negative Confession. 42 declarations that the deceased must recite before 42 divine judges in the Hall of Mot, one for each of the 42 provinces of Egypt. I have not caused pain. I have not caused tears. I have not killed. I have not ordered killing. I have not stolen. I have not been covetous. I have not told lies. I have not committed adultery. I have not made anyone weep. The list continues. No theft of food, no trespassing on sacred ground, no pollution of the river, no cruelty to animals, no excessive speech, no anger without cause. 42 denials, 42 opportunities to fail, and each one addressed to a named judge. O wide of stride who comes from Heliopolis, I have not committed wrong. So that the confession is simultaneously an accounting and an invocation. You are naming the judges who will judge you. You are looking your death in the face and declaring yourself worthy. What does it feel like to recite your own death judgment while still alive? Some scholars believe the negative confession originated not as a funerary text, but as a priestly initiation recitation. That priests recited these 42 declarations before assuming higher office. The logic is striking. Rehearse your death judgment now, while alive, so that death holds nothing you have not already faced. The opening of the mouth ceremony. 75 ritual acts performed on a mummified body with specific tools. An adze, a chisel, a knife, finger-shaped implements. Each tool touched a specific part, the mouth, the eyes, the ears, the nose, accompanied by specific words. Your mouth is opened. Your mouth is split open by Shu with that iron harpoon of his. The language is violent, physical, blunt, a forced reactivation, a mechanical restart. Now, a senior priest who had performed this ceremony had stood at the boundary between the living and the dead and performed a functional act. Not a prayer, a procedure, and over the years the accumulation of these experiences. The communion with the God in the dark, the funerary rituals, the constant handling of objects that existed at the boundary between presence and absence, produced something that the texts describe in consistent terms across centuries and temple sites. They describe it as being at peace with death, not resigned to it, not indifferent to it, at peace with it, familiar with it. The way a nurse is familiar with the particular weight of a body that has stopped breathing. Not horror, not numbness, recognition, the understanding that this is what bodies do. The secret of the highest initiation was not information. It was a state of being. You could not be told it. You could not read it in a scroll. You could arrive at it only through the years of preparation that preceded it. The bathing, the scrubbing, the silence, the dark rooms, the golden statues, the dead bodies, the endless patient, unremarkable work of maintaining the world. I almost didn't include this part. It seemed too neat, too convenient. The idea that an institution would spend 3,000 years guarding a secret that turns out to be there is no secret sounds like the kind of thing a modern writer would invent. But the more I looked into it, the more the evidence held. Every account, from the pyramid texts of the Old Kingdom through the mystery cults described by Plutarch, converges on the same paradox. The initiates describe the experience as profound, transformative, the most important thing that happened to them. And they cannot tell you what it was, not because they are forbidden, though they are. Because the thing itself resists description. It is what happens when a person who has spent 2 decades preparing for a revelation discovers that the preparation was the revelation. That the years of bathing and scrubbing and silence and darkness were not leading somewhere. They were somewhere. The hidden chamber was not at the center of the temple. The hidden chamber was the priest himself. He was the thing that had been built. The 20 years of training were not building toward a moment of insight. They were the moment of insight, extended across a lifetime, distributed so thinly across so many days that it was impossible to point to any single morning and say, this. This was when it happened. Because it happened every morning. It happened in the water, in the natron, in the linen, in the darkness, in the weight of a golden statue held in human hands, in the scrape of a broom on stone, erasing footprints that would have disappeared on their own within a day. The secret is in the doing. And the doing is available to anyone, but the doing it for 20 years. The doing it when the mysticism wears off and you are just a man in a dark room with a statue, when the awe has faded and the routine has settled in. When the natron stings the same way it stung 1,000 mornings ago and you no longer notice. That is the transformation. That is the thing that cannot be told, not because it is forbidden, because it is too ordinary to sound true. And yet this realization, ordinary as it sounds, was enough to sustain an institution for 30 centuries. Enough to outlast every pharaoh, every conqueror, every revolution. The real question is what it felt like to carry that knowledge through an ordinary life. Through the streets, through the marketplace, through the evenings at home with your children. And the answer to that is stranger and quieter than anything in the inner chamber. What the ritual texts do not record, because ritual texts record protocols, not feelings, is what it was like to carry this knowledge through ordinary life. A senior priest at Karnak did not live in the temple full-time. He had a house, probably mud brick with a walled garden, near the temple but outside the sacred precinct. He had a family. Priests were not celibate, though they abstained during active service. He had neighbors. He walked through the same streets as everyone else, bought fish at the same riverbank markets, watched the same flood rise each year. But he carried something the fishmonger and the farmer did not. He carried the weight of the inner chamber, the understanding that the world he walked through was thinner than other people imagined. That the boundary between existence and its absence was not a distant cliff edge, but a membrane, present everywhere, always. This is not theology. This is occupational psychology. People who work with death, hospice nurses, combat medics, morticians, describe similar experiences. The world looks different when you have spent enough time at its edges. Small concerns lose weight when you have recently been alone in a dark room holding a god. The Egyptians had a word for this condition, seshemu, sometimes translated as wise but carrying a connotation closer to weighted. A seshemu person was heavy with knowledge. The word implies gravity, a settled quality, a density of understanding that manifested as a specific kind of stillness. The stillness of a person who has seen the mechanism from the inside and does not need to describe it to know that it is there. The wisdom literature describes the ideal senior priest in consistent terms across centuries: quiet, speaks little, does not argue, does not display anger, moves slowly, makes decisions with patience. Eats moderately, sleeps soundly. The sleep detail is telling. In a culture where the dead traveled the underworld each night, where sleep was, conceptually, a brief daily death. The fact that senior priests slept well was noted as a sign of completion. They had made their peace. They could practice dying every night without anxiety. The body settles into the stone platform. The thin linen holds the warmth of the day. The breathing slows, the consciousness releases, descending into whatever darkness waits on the other side of waking. And the priest goes willingly because he has been there before. Every morning in the Naos was a rehearsal. Every descent into the sacred pool was a rehearsal. Sleep is the same descent, the same letting go, the same trust that the surface will be there when you come back up. And here's the thing that I keep returning to. The heaviest thing about being a keeper of ancient secrets is that the secret turns out to be something everyone already knows. Everyone knows they will die. The priest's difference was not in knowing it. The difference was in having been trained, patiently, over years, to hold the knowledge without flinching. And then to get up the next morning. Walk to the lake. Go under the water. Begin again. He moves through the temple with the economy of motion that comes from decades of practice. No wasted gesture, no unnecessary step, every action calibrated to the exact amount of effort it requires. He speaks little, but when he speaks, people listen. His posture carries the inner chamber with him, the weight of it visible in the specific quality of attention he brings to ordinary tasks. There is a particular quality of evening light in the Nile Valley that the senior priests would have known intimately. The sun sets behind the western desert, and for perhaps 30 minutes, the sky turns the specific shade of deep amber that the Egyptians associated with the land of the dead. The west, the direction in which all tombs faced. The limestone cliffs on the west bank catch this light and hold it, glowing orange and then gold and then the dull rose of cooling stone, while the river below turns from blue to copper to black. A senior priest standing in the doorway of his house in the evening, watching this light, would have been watching the daily death of the sun, the same event he had spent his career managing. The same transition he had ritualized in the Naos every dawn and noon and sunset. But here, from his doorway, with the smell of bread from his kitchen and the sound of his children in the garden and the warmth of the last light on his face and his forearms, the cosmic event was also just a sunset. Just the light changing, just the sky doing what the sky does. The warmth lingers on the stone walls of his house longer than it lingers in the air. He can feel it when he puts his hand flat against the mud brick, the stored heat of the day releasing slowly, radiating into his palm. The same principle that makes the dormitory stone platforms uncomfortable in winter makes the house walls comforting in the evening. Stone remembers. It holds whatever passed through it and gives it back slowly, without complaint. Inside the house, the air carries the particular warmth of a kitchen where bread has been baking since late afternoon. A yeasty, slightly sweet heaviness that settles into the lower rooms and accumulates there, mixing with the dry mineral scent of the mud brick walls and the faint green smell of the garden through the open doorway. His wife moves through the kitchen with the economy of someone who has prepared this meal 1,000 times. She does not need to look at what her hands are doing. She and the priest share this quality, the fluency of long practice, the specific grace that comes from repetition so thorough that the body performs the task while the mind rests elsewhere. His children are in the garden, he can hear them. The particular acoustic signature of children's voices bouncing off a walled enclosure, bright and sharp against the stone. Dampened slightly by the fig tree in the corner, whose leaves absorb the higher frequencies. The garden is small, perhaps 20 feet on a side, with a shallow pool for washing, a few rows of lettuce and onions, the fig tree, a grapevine trained along the southern wall. The vine leaves have turned dark in the evening light. The pool holds a reflection of the sky that is slightly more blue than the sky itself, the water deepening the color, the way the sacred lake deepens the stars. He watches all of this from his doorway, the domestic and the divine, the fig tree and the cosmos, the children and the silence that waits beneath everything. And perhaps this was the final form of the transformation. Not the ritual, not the theology. Not the intimacy with the golden statue or the familiarity with death, but the ability to hold both at once. The cosmic and the domestic, the sacred and the ordinary, the weight of 3,000 years and the smell of bread. To stand in a doorway and watch the sun die and feel neither urgency nor grief nor the need to perform a ritual to ensure its return. To trust finally that the mechanism ran on its own. That the sun did not need his help. That the morning would come regardless. Some of you are drifting off by now. Good. That is exactly what this is for. The story will be here when you come back. If you are still awake at this hour, I have a question that has been bothering me for weeks, and I genuinely do not know the answer. Was the priesthood a genuine spiritual institution that happened to accumulate economic power? Or was it an economic institution that used spiritual authority as its operating system? I am not sure the question has an answer. I am not sure the Egyptians would have understood the distinction. Tell me in the comments what you think. I have been turning it over for weeks and I still do not know where I land. That trust earned over decades paid for in natron and silence and dark rooms. Was perhaps the most valuable thing the priesthood produced. Not temples, not texts. Not economic empires. The deep, bone-level trust that the universe is coherent, that it holds together. That the chaos the Egyptians feared, the return to the primordial void, was not coming. That the rituals maintained the world not because the world required maintenance, but because the human heart required the act of maintaining. And if that sounds like a satisfying ending. The priest at peace in his doorway, the sun setting, the bread baking, it is not the ending. But the story doesn't end there. It ends on an island, and what happened there makes everything that came before feel like prologue. The Temple of Isis at Philae stands on an island at the southern edge of Egypt, near modern Aswan. In the 1960s, the entire temple was disassembled block by block and moved to the nearby island of Agilkia to save it from the rising waters of the Aswan High Dam. Philae was the last functioning Egyptian temple, the last place on earth where the daily ritual was still performed. The last place where a priest woke before dawn, walked to a sacred pool, scrubbed his skin with natron, and entered a dark room to speak to a god. The date usually given for the end of traditional Egyptian religion is 537 CE, when the Byzantine Emperor Justinian ordered the closure of the temple and the arrest of its priests. By then, Egypt had been under Roman rule for 5 centuries. Christianity had been the state religion for 200 years. Every other temple across the country had been abandoned, converted to churches, or left to decay. But at Philae, the cult of Isis had continued. Through the Roman conquest, through the Christianization of the empire, through the edicts and the prohibitions. Look, consider what this must have been like. A priest at Philae in the 5th century was performing rituals designed for a civilization that no longer existed. The pharaohs were gone. The great temples were abandoned or converted. The language of the streets was Greek, then Coptic, as different from hieratic script as modern Italian is from Latin. The priest could read the walls of his own temple. He could not read the street signs outside it. His world had contracted to a single island. The entire 3,000-year tradition, once spread across hundreds of temples, employing tens of thousands, controlling a third of the national economy, had shrunk to a handful of men on a rock in the river, performing rituals for a god whose name most Egyptians had stopped speaking. And here is the impossibility that I keep returning to. By the 5th century, every mechanism of institutional survival had been dismantled. No economic empire, no literacy monopoly, no flood calendar to weaponize, and they were still there, still bathing in the sacred pool, still opening the Naos at dawn. Modern institutional theorists cannot explain it. The economic model had collapsed. The political model had collapsed. The cultural model had collapsed. And the institution persisted. How? What was left after everything else was stripped away that still held? This is the question that breaks every model. Economic incentives gone, political protection gone, cultural relevance gone, literacy monopoly gone. And yet the ritual continued. Every morning. I think it was the doing. Just the doing. The muscle memory of 3,000 mornings, the body that wakes before dawn, because that is what the body does. The hands that know the weight of a golden statue, the feet that know the feel of stone steps descending into cold water. After 30 centuries, the ritual was not something the priests performed. It was something the priests were. They maintained the protocol. They fed the statue. They backed out, sweeping their footprints away. They did this knowing they must have known that they were the last, that no one would come after them. That the chain of transmission that had run unbroken for 30 centuries would end with them. That the lake would go unbathed. That the Naos would go unopened. That the god would go unfed, undressed, unnamed, for the first time since before anyone alive could remember, or anyone dead had recorded. And yet they continued. The protocol survived the death of the civilization that had created it. The daily routine outlasted the daily world. The maintenance crew kept working after the building had been condemned. The last known hieroglyphic inscription, carved at Philae in 394 CE, was written by a man named Esmet-Akhom. Sit with that for a moment. A writing system in continuous use for more than 3,000 years, from the earliest inscriptions around 3100 BCE, ended with him. He may have been one of the final people on Earth who could read the old script. The inscription is prosaic, unremarkable. A name, a date, a brief religious text. Nothing to suggest its writer knew it would be the last. He was doing what priests at Philae had done for centuries, adding his name to the record, carrying the protocol forward one more step. When Justinian's order came, the last priests were removed. The temple was rededicated as a Christian church. Crosses were carved over the old reliefs. The daily ritual stopped. For the first time in more than 3,000 years, no priest in Egypt woke before dawn. No one walked to a sacred pool. No one scrubbed their skin with natron. No one entered a dark chamber and spoke the name of a god to a golden statue in silence. The mechanism stopped. And the world apparently continued. The sun rose the next morning, as it always had. No one performed the ritual. No one opened the Naos. No one spoke the name. And nothing happened. The sky did not fall. The Nile still flooded. The cosmos did not collapse back into chaos. The maintenance crew had been fired, and the machine kept running. Or did it? The Egyptians would have said that what happened next, the 14 centuries of silence that followed, was exactly the kind of dissolution they had warned about. Not the dramatic collapse, not the fire and flood, something quieter. The temples filling with sand, the texts becoming unreadable. The gods' names forgotten, their hymns unsung, their statues removed to museums in cities that did not exist when the statues were carved. The knowledge dissolving like natron in water, present everywhere and accessible nowhere. The slow, gentle, irrevocable dissolution of Mat, the cosmic order. Not through violence, but through indifference. Through the simple passage of enough time for everyone who cared to stop caring. The Egyptians had a word for this process. They called it Isfet, chaos, disorder, the opposite of Mat, and they had predicted it. The prophecy texts in the Houses of Life described a time when the temples would fall silent, when the offerings would cease, when the names of the gods would be forgotten. The priests had seen it coming, they had written it down, they had stored it in the libraries. And then the libraries had been buried, and then the librarians had died, and then no one could read the warnings anymore. But the knowledge of hieroglyphs died at Philae. After 394 CE, no one on earth could read the inscriptions covering every temple wall. The texts became pictures. Beautiful, mysterious, meaningless, for 1400 years, from the 5th century to the 19th. The words of the priests were silent. Not destroyed, not erased, simply unreadable. Present but inaccessible, like a message in a bottle that no one could open. In 1799, Napoleon's soldiers found a stone near the town of Rosetta. 3 scripts on one surface: Greek, Demotic, hieroglyphic. It took another 23 years. Until 1822, when Champollion cracked the code for the silence to break, the Avenue of Sphinxes. The 1.5-mile processional road that connected Karnak to the Luxor temple to the south was the last great public expression of priestly authority. Ram-headed sphinxes, each one representing Amun, lined both sides of the road. A priest walking this avenue on a festival day, carrying ritual objects, surrounded by crowds who had gathered from across the Nile Valley. That priest was walking through a corridor of divine power that extended far beyond the temple walls and into the landscape itself. The avenue declared, in stone and scale and the sheer labor of its construction, that the priesthood's authority did not end at the temple gate. That the god's domain was the land itself. The avenue was excavated and reopened in 2021. Today, tourists walk it at night under artificial lights. The sphinxes have been cleaned and repaired. The road has been paved, but the distance is the same. The scale is the same, and the specific experience of walking between 2 rows of stone figures, each one staring straight ahead with the patient blankness of something that has been waiting for 3,000 years, connects the modern visitor to the ancient priest in a way that no museum exhibit can replicate. And when the hieroglyphs were finally read again, 14 centuries after they fell silent, the priests spoke once more, not as living voices, as carved stone, as ink on papyrus, as the careful, unfading words of men who had spent their lives maintaining precision. Champollion, when he first read the hieroglyphs, collapsed, unconscious for 5 days. When he woke, he reportedly said, "I have it." He had broken into the library. He had opened the Naos. He had read the words that had been waiting, in silence and in stone, for 1400 years. And the words, when he read them, were not spells, not secrets, not magic. They were instructions, protocols, the precise sequence of actions to be performed in the precise order at the precise time. The maintenance manual of a world that no longer needed maintaining. But the words were still there, patient, precise. And they described a life, a way of being that was unlike anything the 19th century had imagined. Not exotic mysticism, not occult wisdom, just a set of instructions for maintaining a building, feeding a statue, and transforming a human being into something quiet and steady and unafraid. The priests had left their manual. The civilization had not survived, but the manual was enough to reconstruct what the civilization had built. And what it had built over 30 centuries was not a temple, not an empire, not even a religion. It had built a specific kind of person, a person who could stand in the dark and not need the light, who could hold something sacred without needing it to be magical, who could maintain a mechanism without needing to understand why it worked, who could face death without flinching, because he had practiced facing it every morning for 20 years. That person is gone now. The last of them walked out of Philae in 537 CE and did not come back, but the instructions for building him, patient, precise, waiting, survived in stone and papyrus through 14 centuries of silence, stored in the driest climate on Earth, until someone came along who could read them again. The instructions for building him survived. They are in the museums, the British Museum, the Louvre, the Egyptian Museum in Cairo. They are in the papyri. Rolled, fragile, stored in climate-controlled cases, read by scholars who specialize in dead languages. They are in the stone. Carved, painted, enduring, waiting on the walls of temples that are now open to the sky. And they are in this story, which is, itself, a kind of maintenance, a way of keeping the knowledge alive. Not because the world needs priests anymore, but because the world still needs people who can stand in the dark. People who can hold something without needing to understand it completely. People who can maintain something without needing to be thanked. The sacred lake at Karnak is still there. The water is still dark. It rises and falls with the water table, as it always has, connected to the Nile by invisible channels through the limestone bedrock. In winter, the steps are visible. In summer, they disappear. No one bathes in it now. The temple is a tourist site, one of the most visited in the world. Tour groups move through the hypostyle hall in the morning heat. Guides recite dates. Cameras click. The Naos chamber where the god's statue stood is empty. The golden cabinet is gone. The cult statue is gone. Lost, destroyed, or perhaps removed to a place the last priests thought was safe and that no one since has found. Well, the room itself is intact. Small, dark stone walls and a low ceiling. If you stand in it alone, and there are moments early in the morning before the site opens, when you can, the silence is the same silence it was 3,000 years ago. Stone does not change. The acoustic properties of a room cut from limestone do not evolve. The lake is there. The stone steps are there. The water is the same source. The same aquifer, the same connection to the river that has defined this valley since before there were people to notice it. The institution is gone. The protocols are gone. The men who carried them are dust. The texts survive, scattered across museums on 3 continents: Paris, London, Berlin, New York, Cairo. Translated and studied by scholars who can read the words but who have never woken before dawn, never scrubbed their skin with natron, never stood alone in the dark and spoken to something that might not be listening. The knowledge was never a list of facts. It was the accumulation of experience over years, a muscle memory of the sacred. A body knowledge that lives in the hands that held the statue, the feet that felt the stone, the lungs that breathed the myrrh, the skin that knew the cold of the sacred lake at 4 in the morning. It cannot be reconstructed from texts any more than a marriage can be reconstructed from a wedding album. The evidence is there, the life is gone. The difference between the two is the difference between reading about a fire and feeling its warmth on your face. But the lake is still there, and the water is still cold, and the stars over the Nile Valley are the same stars. Sirius, the star, the Egyptians called Sapdet, whose annual rising signaled the flood that fed the fields, that filled the granaries, that sustained the temples, that housed the gods that maintained the universe. The star still rises. The flood, since the dam, no longer comes. But the star does not know that. The last thing a priest learned, the very last thing, was this: he was not essential. The universe did not require him. The sun rose without the ritual. The Nile flooded without the offering. The cosmos persisted without the protocol. He had spent his life maintaining a mechanism that ran, in the end, on its own, and the peace that came from understanding this, the final piece, the heaviest and the lightest thing, was the secret that could not be told, not because it was forbidden, because it could only be arrived at through the years, through the water, through the stone, through the mornings and the silence and the slow, patient work of becoming someone who could hold the knowledge of his own irrelevance and find in that knowledge not despair but rest. The water is dark. The steps descend. You have been walking a long time. You may rest now. The stars are doing their work. They always have been. The water moves beneath the stone, connected to something older than temples, older than gods, older than the names we give to the things we do not understand. The silence in the chamber is the silence that was there before anyone entered it. It will be there long after. Rest now. The natron has dissolved in the water. The water has returned to the aquifer. The aquifer has returned to the river. The river has returned to the sea, and the sea, the great green as the Egyptians called it, has been carrying the mineral trace of sacred baths in its currents for 30 centuries, diluted beyond measurement but present, technically present. In the way that everything that has ever dissolved in water is technically present in every body of water on earth. The priests are in the water, in the stone, in the dust of the Nile Valley, in the gypsum plaster of the temple walls, in the charcoal of the incense ash that settled on the floors and was swept into corners and compressed by centuries of footsteps into a thin black layer that archaeologists can still identify, 4,000 years later, as the residue of myrrh. The priests are gone and they are everywhere. Their bodies are dust, dissolved into the same Nile silt that feeds the fields, the same mineral water that fills the sacred lake, the same dry desert air that preserves the papyri that record their names. Their words are in museums, and their protocols are in textbooks, and their temple is a tourist attraction, and their lake is a photograph, and their god is a category in a comparative religion course at a university they could not have imagined. But the water is still cold, and the stone is still there, and the silence is still the silence. The lamps are dark, the doors are sealed. The morning will come as it always comes, and the lake will be there, and the stone will be there, and the silence will be there. You do not need to maintain anything tonight. Let the water hold you. Let the stone hold you. Let the darkness be the darkness that it was before anyone tried to name it. Some of you are drifting. Good. That is what this is for. The story will be here when you come back. The air is cool. The linen is thin against your skin. So thin you can feel the temperature of the room through the fabric, the way the priests felt the pre-dawn air through theirs. The darkness is the darkness that existed before anyone tried to light a lamp in it, before anyone built a wall around it, before anyone named the god who lived in it. The last priests at Philae, the ones removed in 537 CE, had reached the end of the arc. They had done the work for so long that the distinction between ritual and person had dissolved entirely. When the doing stopped, when Justinian's soldiers came and the doors were sealed, what remained was not despair. It was completion. They had done what the institution built them to do, and if the world did not need maintaining, if the sun rose anyway, if the Nile flooded anyway, then the act of maintenance was itself the offering. The faithfulness was the gift. Not to the god, not to the cosmos. to the human capacity for doing something carefully, for doing it well, for doing it every day for 3,000 years, simply because it was the thing that needed doing. You do not need to maintain anything tonight. The water moves beneath the stone. The stars track their slow arcs. In the pre-dawn dark, the surface of the lake is perfectly still. It reflects the stars above, Sirius, the decans, the circumpolar stars the Egyptians called the ones that do not know destruction, because they never set below the horizon. The reflection is so clear in that windless hour that a person standing at the edge cannot tell where the water ends and the sky begins. The priests knew this. They saw it every morning. They descended into a surface that held both the earth and the sky. They went under. They came up. And the surface closed behind them as though they had never disturbed it. Let the water hold you. Let the stone hold you. Let the darkness be the darkness that it was before anyone tried to name it. The mechanism runs on its own. It always has. The stone steps descend into the water. They have been descending for 4,000 years. The water does not care who walks down them. The water is the water. The stone is the stone. The relationship between them. The slow erosion, the mineral deposit, the dark green line where surface meets wall, is older than the temple, older than the priesthood, older than the God whose name was spoken in the chamber above. Somewhere in the dark, a sound. Not a sound exactly, the absence of sound in a specific shape, the way a stone room holds silence, the way a bowl holds water. With edges, with depth, with a particular quality that depends on the size of the space and the density of the walls and whether anyone is breathing inside it. No one is breathing inside it now. The corridors are empty. The offering tables are bare. The Naos cabinet stands open, its doors unhinged centuries ago, the gilt long since peeled away by time, and the specific patience of entropy, the slow work of millennia. The room is still small. Still dark, still 10 feet by 13, still has a ceiling barely 6.5 feet high. But the silence is the same silence. It has not changed. It is the presence of stone, of mass, of the particular acoustic quality that 3,000 years of enclosure produces. The sound of a room that has been waiting so long that the waiting has become indistinguishable from contentment. The stars turn above the Nile Valley. Sirius rises in the east, as it has risen every year since before the first stone was laid at Karnak. The star does not know that the rituals have stopped. The star rises because rising is what stars do. It follows its protocol. It maintains its mechanism. You have been listening for a long time, perhaps since the beginning. Since the French archaeologist broke ground in 1895, since the Chinese team opened the Earth in January of this year, perhaps since the first chapter or the 5th or the 9th. Perhaps you are still listening. Perhaps you are not. It does not matter. The story is the same whether you hear it or not. The lake is there whether you visit it or not. The stone holds its silence whether anyone enters the room or not. The water in the lake shifts, imperceptibly. The water table rises a fraction of an inch, drawn by forces beneath the surface that no priest ever understood, and no engineer has fully mapped. The stairs appear. The stairs disappear. The water moves. The temperature drops the way desert temperatures drop. Steadily, without hesitation, the heat radiating upward from the stone, and the sand into a sky that is vast enough to absorb all of it. The air above the lake cools first, because water releases its heat more slowly than stone, and for a brief period. Perhaps an hour after sunset, the lake is warmer than the air above it. A faint mist rises from the surface. Not visible, not quite, but present as a softness in the air, a slight thickening of the space between the water and the stars. A humidity you would feel on your face if you were standing close enough. The natron deposits along the lake's edges gleam faintly in the starlight. White mineral crusts that form and dissolve and reform with the seasonal rise and fall of the water. The same deposits the priests gathered and ground and rubbed into their skin for 30 centuries. The mineral is still there, still accumulating, still doing what minerals do in the presence of water and air and time, crystallizing, dissolving, recrystallizing, a process that requires no priest. No protocol, no human attention at all. The frogs begin. In the marshes beyond the temple wall, the small green frogs that breed in the irrigation channels start their nightly chorus. A sound so old, so unchanged, that the frogs the priests heard were making the same sound at the same frequency in the same season as the frogs that sing there now. Some things do not require maintenance. Some things maintain themselves. You do not need to do yours. Not tonight. The mechanism runs on its own. It always has. Tonight we step into the inner temples of ancient Egypt, where a single priest would enter the sanctuary alone, in the dark, to wake a god. I visited Karnak with my mom when I was 12. Even with the heat and the crowd pressing in around us, the deeper we walked into the temple, the quieter it became. By the time we reached the inner chambers, it was just cool stone and our own breathing. That stuck with me. Now, dim the lights, settle in, and let's ease into tonight's journey. No institution in recorded history has survived for 3,000 years. The Egyptian priesthood shouldn't exist. Not for that long, not without an army, not without any formal political authority at all. And yet it did. For 30 centuries, modern political scientists still cannot explain it. No model of organizational survival accounts for a duration this long. The math shouldn't work. Not the Catholic Church, that is only 2,000 years, and it has fractured multiple times along the way. Not the Chinese imperial bureaucracy, that collapsed and reconstituted itself multiple times. Not a single corporation, government, university, military order, or religious organization operating anywhere on Earth today comes close to matching that duration. Hold on to that number, 3,000 years. We'll come back to it. We are going to follow what it did to the people inside it. In January of 2026. Not 2,000 years ago, not 500, but this year. A joint Egyptian-Chinese archaeological team drilled into the ground at the Temple of Karnak and uncovered something that had been sealed beneath the earth for more than 2 millennia. A sacred pool. Rectangular, stone-edged, roughly 21 feet by 20 feet, cold, unheated. Built to be entered before dawn, in darkness, by men who had shaved their entire bodies and would not eat until the sun was high. Adjacent to the pool, the team found 3 chapels dedicated to Osiris, the god of the dead, and dozens of small Osiris statuettes packed into the earth as though someone had hidden them carefully, reverently, with the expectation that they would be found again someday. Or perhaps with the understanding that they would not. That detail matters. Osiris, god of death, buried next to a purification pool. We'll come back to why. The pool had been repaired multiple times across its long use. The repairs span roughly 600 years, from the 30th dynasty, around 380 BCE, through the Roman occupation of Egypt. 600 years of maintenance on a single bathing pool. 600 years of someone waking before sunrise, walking down those stone steps, and going under that water. Because the protocol required it. Because the protocol was older than the person following it. Because the protocol was, in some sense, more important than any individual person who had ever followed it, or ever would. This is the part that should make you pause. 3,000 years is longer than the entire span of recorded Western civilization since the birth of Christ. It is longer than the Roman Republic and Empire combined, twice over. It is longer than the Chinese dynasties from the Han to the Qing, longer than any single institution currently operating on Earth. The priesthood of Amun at Karnak alone, just one god's servants at one temple complex, functioned from roughly 2000 BCE to at least the 2nd century CE. That is 22 centuries of unbroken operation at a single site. The Catholic Church would need another 1,000 years to match it. And they did it without weapons. Pharaohs came and went, some of them violently. Dynasties rose, ruled, fractured, collapsed. Foreign powers invaded. The Hyksos, the Libyans, the Nubians, the Assyrians, the Persians, the Greeks, the Romans. Each new conqueror found the priesthood already there, already functioning, already holding the keys to every temple in the land. And each new conqueror left the priesthood in place, not because they wanted to, because they could not figure out how to run Egypt without it. One pharaoh tried to destroy them, spent 17 years erasing their god's name from every surface in Egypt. From colossal temple walls, from tiny scarabs the size of a thumbnail, from the insides of sealed tombs that no living person was ever meant to enter again, he failed. We will come back to that. And one of their own, a high priest, not a king, did something that had never been done in 3,000 years of Egyptian civilization. He wrote his own name inside the sacred oval cartouche that had been reserved, since the beginning of recorded history, exclusively for pharaohs. A priest became a king, not through conquest, not through marriage, through the slow, patient accumulation of indispensability.
Mm-hmm.